Your horoscope for January 16. Scorpio, you will have new chances in your love life.
Good job, everyone! Keep pressing that record button on your cell phone! Oh, you know, this is perfect! Look at him out there! Rioting, protesting, setting fires! You're gonna make me cry! Chaos! Destruction from the corruption! All this violence and destruction is keeping everybody spinal. All this fraud! All that ballot stuffing and democracy operations! This is perfect! We've got both medicine and get back from shitty dogs. I gotta go on a Jimmy tonight and personally praise these peaceful protesters. These men are heroes. Stop it, Dennis is falling. What was that girl's name again? Who cares? As long as we keep saying her name and telling everyone how important she was to Minnesota, these heroes will do whatever we say. Next time, gotta be rich, baby. It was a hit. Is that good? You guys get that? You get that? Where do I pick up my check? Don't worry about me, Minnesota. I'm fine. I just have internal bleeding from getting hit by a car 2 days ago. Mommy, weeks ago. Yeah, Mom, stay with me. Okay, John, but that's it. Yeah, you're just gonna be mean to ICE agents. Really, trying to run one over and obstruct justice while they arrest people who came here illegally. Sweetie, we're taking back documented immigrants from being deported. They're dreamers, just like you. ICE is the bad guy. That's what the news made. They separated families. Portugal, nasty laws. Who's gonna stand in the way? But Mom, yeah, you have to come to America legally. Gee, Mom, let the ICE agents do their job. The rules are there for a reason. You change in your logic. Just imagine every line. Man, look, he's fighting for a better world. One without deportations. Where everyone gets a free pass. Now, the big good one of God. Let's kick off again. Stay inside and cheer for the protesters.
You will have few chances in your love life. Scorpio, this is your horoscope for January 16th. Chances in your love life. Scorpio, this is your horoscope for January 16th.
This is going next street, and I'm just gonna say up front, it's one. If you haven't seen the walkthrough video for this, go watch the walkthrough video, and then come back and watch this one because you need the context. I'm not gonna go into all the different stuff for this one. We're just gonna talk about what is going on here. Um, so we're gonna get in the basement, and just so you have context, it's 110,000, and get a reminder, it's 110,000. It's a short-term rental, which is a pretty big deal. It's here in Branson, Missouri. Um, and so just briefly, like, if you haven't even watched the one, here's the, here it is. I'm not gonna get into the whole thing. It's, the bathroom, there's the bedroom, and then let's talk about what's down here. I thought, okay, well, this is just storage. So I was able to get this open. I thought, hey, this is just storage. I don't. Oh my god! Somebody, and it says basement there, and it says basement there because they were whoever had this was either has rented it or was thinking of renting it. Is okay. Here's not a one bedroom, a two bedroom. So bathroom, kitchen, one bedroom, two beds, and like a hotel over there. And then I'm gonna try and not kill myself as I work my way down these stairs. And so let's talk about this. You got like a little closet or whatever there. You got a couple of twin beds there. Also, like, I can't even fully stand up. This is the ceiling. This is my eye heights. Oh, there's the stairs. And the bottom is that. Then you got a little door here, and then there's also, you can have water intrusion there. Feels like a little dungeon dungeon or something. This is why there's an AC unit in the wall of the basement. Oh, but it gets better. This is just, oh my, and this, and you're saying, oh, but is there more? Yes, there's more. So here's the hot water heater, and a heat light here, and a toilet. Because, you know, if you're going to be standing here, why wouldn't you want a toilet? I'm guessing that works. I don't know. There's a bunch of pipes and stuff there. But yeah, so yeah, there's a toilet down here. I don't know if that was intended to be used by the guests or not, but you know, then you have another bedroom down here. So like what? Anyway, um, yeah, no, I would not. There's some paneling on the ceiling. I would not feel comfortable renting this to people as like a 2 bedroom. I mean, okay, so let's talk about briefly. How would you make this usable? Okay, technically this could be usable. Not the toilet. No, no, just no. That's storage. No. But this could be like a bedroom for kids or whatever.
Famous entertainment districts in Japan. What was found was a suitcase abandoned on the side of the road. It looks intact. But even after more than an hour from when it was discovered, ずっと太陽にされています。持ち主は現れていません。Regarding these suitcases, we asked some people who work nearby. できないですからね。In fact, the unauthorized abandonment of suitcases like this is currently a social problem. Narita Airport, also known as the gateway to Japan, is also one of the places having issues. Recovered suitcases are said to be stored in a warehouse at the police station inside the airport. This time, we were given a special look inside. こちらがシュートブーツを保管する倉庫になります。Suitcases are lined up neatly on the shelves. You can see that there are various sizes, from large to small. About 700 suitcases in total were stored here in 2024. As of the end of June this year, the number was about 400, which is an unprecedented increase in pace. コロナ禍以降、ここ数年で右渡りで増えております。海外のお客様が影響で増えております。
Says that the character was named after Jacques Picard, a Swiss oceanographer who explored the Mariana Trench in a submersible that was actually designed by his father and was built in Italy, although it was eventually sold to the United States. According to the Star Trek The Next Generation companion, the original casting call sent out to agents asked for the following. Captain Julien Picard, a Caucasian man in his 50s who is very youthful and in prime physical condition, born in Paris. His Gallic accent appears when deep emotions are triggered. He is definitely a quote
It's in my shit. There would stay. It's in his head. There would stay. Oh, since is a hand of shovel. You're making hand. Can't be frank. And it's since last October. Friends to heavy out. He built his way like they were. They ain't got just future. Treat you you on where to store. Oh, and every time I ask you keep on giving. And we bet next week for more. Yes, you'll be back next week for sure. And you choose love to scratch it too. I'm a little sky. I'm crazy about undies. Those jockeys will strangle my two dance. Been a long day. Slammed in my valley with a cool breeze. So hungry parts and my bad. Cause I love it's feeling. I wanna glad. Swinging in my shorts. So yeah. Snake with one eye, doing a free fall, wearing almost nothing, gonna swing mine. That's for a while. They're begging to trust me. They jump like half biscuits on Sunday morning. You on the sidewalk. Well, I'm good for
Some skin. When you were little, Jim, completed the rules of there.
With tape and a mustache. Okay. Rodney's capital Ruffin. Yes. Can't miss it.
Cold morning wood, just been sticking with the thieves, hanging problem, mud, nutsack.
The trail
It dawned on me this morning, Nicholas.
Yeah.
I made a living for what, 13 years talking about everything underneath the belt.
It's like you said hell. Well, Rodney, we got plenty of time. You want to work another one here?
Yeah, here's one right here. It's called, I think you guys, is that the one? Okay. You guys want to play the intro? They get a little late. Let them play the intro. They don't really like the way I do it. Let's just go right to the words.
Go ahead.
Soon I got the joke, and Daddy was joking when he went to the arm and sang. I know your mama's got her boobs out showing. Faces turning red, wishing it bad, ain't standing on. I'm a good and now much loving you, but they do. Just a ball right now. The drums, I'm sitting there. Turn it up. And their pages keep on turning.
state I've ever seen. You know what I mean? You know, Carl, I've never been in a toothpaste. It's very funny. Was it when I go invented it? It would be called toothpaste. And Anthony, you know, you can know for sure a soul or two. Yeah, you do. Having whiskers doesn't bother me. It's day to day bother you. Stay home. Yeah, hardly. We want to change our class. Stay home. Yeah, sweet home. Stay home. Stay home. Everything's great. Yeah.
Killing time was something I always said and still do when we were talking about how slowly the big wheel in Nashville turns.
It was like, when's the record going to come out? And it was always, well, next month, and be it one more month. So it was probably about another year. As a matter of fact, that's where the title cut Killing Time came from. There's a little controversy on who said what here.
Hayden and I have had our friendly debate, came up with the line.
My memory, because I had a friend that was always saying, everything's killing me, it's killing me. I think we got it from Don Rickles. Clint and I were doing like an acoustic duo, I think down in Galveston. And we were talking about, how long it takes for, the record going to come out. And I said, well, there's something that happened quick because this Killing Time is killing me. And he caught it. And he said, man, that'd be a great hook for a song. And when Clint tells the story, he came up with that and the hook. So
we couldn't write a song about, what we were going through because people can't relate, but we can all relate to that loss of love.
So that song got added at the last moment. The record was actually already being mastered, minus that song. So it ended up being the last one to run on the
Ready? 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 It's fun. All right, here we go. First thing that I thought I'd break you off my mind, and I get lost in my head and turn still keep my killing time. Killing Time, I think I always looked at that as being the defining album for who I was. It's a double-edged sword. The record company, they wanted a repeat of Killing Time.
After a while, they'd say, hey, why don't y'all write another Killing Time, man? We're like, no, we've already written that.
I wanted to grow as an artist. I wanted to explore all of the things musically that I could do.
You want to kind of move on now.
Look back on my body of work and not feel like, man, I'm going to do Killing Time for the rest of my life.
That to me is the most important part. I mean, people are either going to like it or not. We're just being ourselves.
I love trying new things and inspire me musically. Hopefully, what that means for me is put out Killing Time, and then I put out other things that had strong impacts on people that find me for a new generation. Spend all my time again. Teen feel good, pretty good. Man makes rain, feel Dixie girl. Got a beer in my beer, finish packing in my truck. Got a dog at the wheel for cars, jeans. No back, no beer, red wine and gold. Friday. Got the drugs from the and then blue, I said the girls gonna dirt, no, it's not wrong.
Let's see. Hey, Graver, can you hear me?
Just walked in. We didn't hear anything.
You guys,
You're the lucky
Blackbird? What, no, I thought maybe you could play one of the classics from your repertoire.
Yeah, we probably could if I had a different guitar on because we were told we had a break and then
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were I thought we agreed to play that during this segment.
we could play whatever you want. You have any
Okay.
requests or anything?
They're trying to appease you. I think I'd like to hear Give Me Three Pigs.
Really?
Maybe you have a guitar that's more suited
No,
to.
I was surprised just to hear say you wanted to hear something.
Oh, okay. No, I'm a big fan. Okay. This is
Josh is going to turn around.
one of your originals. Josh, just take your phone and do it this way.
I'll turn around.
You're gonna hurt your neck. I can just see it now. You can show up like Ted Kennedy and Mary Jo Kopechne's
Josh, you don't have to
It's like he's at a movie. He's got the big neck brace on.
Isn't this weird for you when I ask
See, now that you say it, now that you actually turn it around, now it's kind of weird, isn't it?
Isn't he new since we were here the last time?
Yes, yeah.
I don't remember him. I'm pretty forgettable. I noticed you wore red so the devil could find you further.
I had no idea that's how it works.
Okay, what's this tune called? Okay, that seems a little fast. Okay, good. I was in,
Yeah, this is a completely original song, and I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Leonard Skinner, but apparently we resemble the guy. So
okay.
every time we play this, we're like, "Hey, Leonard Skinner!" We're like, "No, we're the Electric Army." But, guys, we try it. It goes a little
But
something.
Ronnie wore big hats.
He did.
I don't know, Ronnie.
Reminds me of one of the other times we were here when that little fella with the gun said he was going to sue us because he was wearing a hat on stage long before we were.
Sadly, that's a true story.
And he stole a light bulb and then, oh boy, okay.
I'll tell you about that later.
Well, we can look at the time.
made that because I think computer volume up.
The living room here at 64 degrees. So the kid warmed with cold. He's dressed nice and warm. There's the wife is wearing continuous rug or something. But anyways, kid's nice and warm. But this is ridiculous to have to dress him up like that. Isn't that ridiculous? Buster, are you cold? Okay, we have the heat in the living room. So yeah, let's install this diesel heater. I grabbed this off Amazon. If it's any good, I'm gonna throw a link in the description for you guys. What caught my eye about it is it has a 9-liter tank, so you're not having to fill it up constantly. Give this stuff back to the desert.
Not what I expected.
I think she expects when I say diesel heater, like that thing backed up to the house with the a tube coming out the exhaust or something. Remote or something here, it's got a safety. So that you don't accidentally turn it on and off. Just take a tour around it. Here's where our hot air comes out. Here's where we can tell the level of the diesel. So there's none in there right now. Here's our diesel cap. Here's our controls. So there's nothing on this side. Here's our air intake for the heated air that we breathe. Here's our power input right here. Here's our exhaust, which is kind of nice. This is a side exhaust. Let's take a look underneath it here. Okay, here's our air intake. The most important part is that you vent this outside. It's like number one. Okay. Now you can vent that inside and it will generate more heat. But if you like sleeping well, you guys.
Colder.
yeah, you'll get colder. Your room temperature will go up and your body temperature will go down until they're equal. Okay, here's our power cables if we want to run to a 12 volt or 24 volt supply and we're using the automotive capacity. Here's our exhaust pipe that goes outside. Maverick, what are you doing? What are you doing, baby boy? Okay, so he's distracted for 5 minutes. So here's our power adapters we're going to hook up to the wall. There's a caveat with these. With that. Here's our air intake for combustion. There you go.
No.
No? No? Okay. Good, that was a test. Here's your air vent that comes out. You can make it longer. You can make it longer by just. Anyways, all right, so just quit doing that. And that's it. That's our accessories. So these are a couple of separate Amazon deals. Here is a longer exhaust pipe. Now you don't want to go more than like 6 feet on these because soot will condense in here and clog them up pretty quick. Because if it gets too cool, you need a little bit extra heat to carry that soot out. Here's another accessory. Both of these I bought on Amazon. I'm going to leave links for them. Here is a pass-through. So go like if you're going to go out the side of your van, like people use these to heat their van or their boats, or it's a plate, a couple of gaskets, right? Your exhaust clamps on here and comes out here. But notice that where it passes through, it leaves an air gap so that whatever your substrate is, if it's pinched in here, isn't getting heated up to full exhaust temperature. There's a nice little air gap to keep it cool. They're all the same, but this one actually has the logo on it, and that makes it like $2 cheaper. So I'm fine with the logo. Doesn't offend me at all. So let's get started on this. Let's lollygag it. Let's measure a piece of plywood to put in our window. Now, if you wanted to go through the volume, you have to install a symbol. You want to do that right. But we're just going to go straight up the window and hoping by next year to have mini splits for heat on free solar. But right now, we don't have enough electricity to be running that. Okay, here we go. A lot of people think you need to buy left-handed notebooks, right? This is how you make a left-handed notebook. You flip it over and you go read it. Left-handed notebook. Wow, it's the front now. Front and back's a matter of perspective. I think 8 inches is probably what we said. Then this would be about right there. And it seems like it's not going to get anything too hot. These don't come with any instructions, so it's choose your own adventures. Inch and 5/8. So put 4 inches in the middle, right? So 4 inches from the bottom. Window doesn't usually open like that. It didn't have a latch. So the idea is 28 inches. So we're looking for something about 28 inches high. Okay. But all our notes here. So this stand has been here since I bought the place. Well, it's 28 on the nose. Kind of wish it was a little bit better than 28 inches, but because otherwise our exhaust will have a slight upslope. And you want a downslope for condensation. So maybe this with a couple of cinder blocks on top of it look real good,
Perfect. This is getting better and better.
My wife has to yell because I dropped the other microphone in the water. So we got everyone's charging. But for now, she's gonna yell like her normal self. So Like what she does when she's not on camera. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, guys, I need to get a saw, a piece of wood, and a few other accessories, maybe some pavers. But one of the problems here is that, well, here's the wife and kids. How you guys doing? You're not the problem. It's a teddy bear, not a problem. But one of the problems here is everything's so far away. I've got some of my tools and supplies out in the white hangers over there. Okay? And then I've got some of my supplies are out past those silver engine cowlings for a jet. And everything's spread out so far around here. I've got a solution to close all this distance, but I've got to go get it out of the shed and we got to put it together. So let's just take our bike over there and go pick it up. Okay. Okay, guys, in this box, I've got the Hodge cart. So let's put this together so that we can go get our tools from around the property. This is going to save a lot of time, and I think get a little exercise too. So let's go put this together. It's light.
Lightweight bike.
Yeah, it's all aluminum. This is going to make this project a lot faster. This heater project. Here it is. And we can put our key in here. And we can pull out our battery. We can charge our battery right here. So I can drag this into the house. I don't have to leave. I don't have to like bring it forward. I can just bring this into the house and charge it. So let's plug this in and see if that works. Put a green light on the charger. I got a red light. Okay, so it does charge. It's cooking good looking. She said beef because she doesn't have a microphone because she dropped hers in water. Now, when you go to install your seat, this line right here is what's known as the minimum insertion depth. Okay, I've got to bring. I have a similar. If you don't put it in at least as far as the minimum insertion depth, it can break off. Tried to convince the wife and see if it's similar. I have the seat too high. So I'm 6'3", and you can have the seat too high. So they can fit tall riders. Now I never had to use any tools other than what the kit came with. And you can make your life easier with the drill. One of the common things with this bike is if you need a piece of hardware, they'll put it in the hole where it goes. So you don't have to keep thinking constantly. If there's one thing I hate, it's thinking. So if you order the bike by itself, this is what you get. You get everything here. You get a battery and a charger. And you get this seat and these running boards. Another thing it comes with is this rack here. And it puts padded bars so that if you have a kid or two in here, they're kind of, strapped in, as it were. My kid's only 3 months old, so he's not going to be riding back there right now. This tilt of this seat here is a little bit more stimulation than I'm looking for. So I'm going to go ahead and loosen that up. Just like any other bicycle, you can slide this back. Give yourselves a little bit more room and a little less pleasure. So let's power it up. Just hold that down. Okay, this is increase our pedal assist. The Flux does. Just go all the way. Now, you can download an app for your phone where you can increase the top speed, but it goes like 18 or 19 miles an hour. So that's enough for me. Turn on our headlight or lights. The lights will come on here. We have a headlight, tail light. It's on. Oh, a gorgeous life in here. And our little baby together. It's getting pretty serious between the wife and I. There you go. Our Steve has a brake lights, right? So it's got brake lights. Oh, and here they're running. Yeah. And as a kid, my moped had a kickstand just like this. And all you do is roll it forward to disengage it, and to bring it down, you just pull the bike back. It's pretty easy. Just go up.
Oh.
just quiet. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you fried this man.
You'll burn out. Go as fast as you can.
You guys are starting out with this bike. Starting out with one of the lower pedal assists because it is goosey. Like 27 miles an hour or something. If you turn it all the way up to 5 and you just want a casual stroll, you're riding through sand uphill in a casual way. It's unbelievable. Yeah, so I turned it down to pedal assist 3, and it's still playing. I'm going uphill in sand, like at a leisurely pace, going 15 miles an hour. So
But can anyone do it?
anyone could do it, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's what's happening here. You don't have to use the throttle at all. Just pedal it. Yes. Zip your boots up, or you're gonna fly right out of them. Lower the seat. Your wife. Get on there. I don't think so. Go ahead, start pedaling. Oh, I have it in the highest gear. There you go. There she goes. Stole my bike and left me with this kid that's upset. You're okay. You're okay. Fine. You're doing okay. You'll be all right, Alexis. You're a little too small. No, you're not.
No, I'm really bad. Okay, no, listen.
Oh, yeah. This is me on the circus. What's on?
Yeah, top out that the physical top out.
It's supposed to hook up automatically when you achieve a specific temperature.
What exactly is this specific temperature?
I don't know.
Well, you should check the instruction because it is obvious that this top-out reactor has reached this specific top-out temperature and is refusing to pop out. Yes, room for the car owner near your automobile.
But it is your automobile.
I know that, but it is not my top-out reactor. If it were my top-out reactor, I would know the specific top-out temperature.
Clouseau was trying to fix the lighter. He's sure that someone planted a bomb in the car.
This is space on that, and this is
Is everything coming out? got tyrants. Let's just get up here on the strip in. There. You're not seeing that. Snow scratch. He's making about what? That makes no sense. Okay, now I'm gonna go and see if the rig surgery are right. Oh, no, one more thing.
What is it? Get that thing. Nurse Ratchet. No.
Yanks him by the neck and drops his semi-conscious body on an examination table.
You do not want to go to prison. In this video, we're going to see some corrections officers who work for a sheriff department kill an inmate, murder an inmate. And it's a lot of them. It's like a dozen. And where are the good cops? Where was somebody to intervene? They all just take turns beating this guy. And unfortunately for them, one of the cops was so stupid that he forgot to turn off his body camera. The irony of corrupt, idiotic, stupid cops, the epidemic of them, because there literally is an epidemic of corrupt cops across America. The irony is that their stupidity sometimes they forget to turn off their body cameras. It happens numerous times, over and over and over and over again, where they try to turn the body camera off and they're so stupid they can't even do that right. So it doesn't turn off. And then they capture grotesque crimes. And what you're about to see here is exactly that. And it's insane, man. Let's just jump right into it. It's really sad.
There is growing outrage today over the death of an inmate in a New York State prison who was brutally beaten by more than a dozen correctional officers. Detainee advocates are concerned it's part of a larger culture of violence within the state's correctional system. Laura Barone Lopez has our look and a warning to our viewers. The video, which we will show only in part, is very disturbing.
Body cam footage shows Robert Brooks repeatedly kicked, punched, and choked after arriving at the Marcy Correctional Facility on December 9th. Brooks had been serving a 12-year sentence for an assault in 2017. It is unclear why he was transferred to the Central New York prison. At one point, one officer yanks him by the neck and drops his semi-conscious body on an examination table. The beating lasted roughly 20 minutes. Brooks died the following morning. In a statement, an attorney for the Brooks family said, Mr. Brooks was fatally, violently beaten by a group of officers whose job was to keep him safe. He deserved to live. New York Governor Kathy Hochul has requested the termination of 13 guards and one nurse implicated in the assault. After visiting the facility where Brooks was beaten, Governor Hochul released a statement yesterday, saying in part, the system failed Mr. Brooks, and I will not be satisfied until there has been significant culture change. In the aftermath of Brooks's death, community leaders and activists are calling for justice and reform.
Just because individuals are incarcerated doesn't mean that they give up their rights to be human beings.
Now let me ask you this. Do you think that if that body camera was not rolling and this didn't get captured on video, would there be any possibility of accountability? Of course, the answer is no. The larger concern is there were, 13, 14 different correctional staff there, officers, and one nurse, and everybody just partaking in this, like this is cool, this is okay to do, like this is commonplace. It's almost as if they all have seen or done this before, you know? And you hear the stories of this happening, but they never catch it on body cam. The cameras weren't working. The old camera not working trick. The oldest trick in the book. Happened with Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. The camera wasn't working. We didn't get it caught. Oops. But there's a dead person. If they do it with someone like Jeffrey Epstein, trust and believe they'll do it to you or whoever they want. Some of these prisons are real dirty, real nasty, and people know. Prisoners and stuff will tell you, like the guards kill people. You can see here, now you know of an actual situation textbook where you saw guards kill people. And you know that it's rampant with guards doing stuff like this because there were 13 people there. That means it's like systemic. Don't get a monkey. That means there's a huge systemic problem there. We can infer a lot of things. This has been going on for decades. They do this to prisoners. They beat them up really, really bad. They're willing to break this guy up and to do whatever. Maybe, per se, they didn't mean to kill him, and that's the only reason that they actually got in trouble. But people get beat up in jail, and it's so crazy. Like, these prisoners will get beat up, and if it's not on camera, and if it's not on, body camera, you just got beat up by all these people. They humiliate you, beat you up, do whatever to you. And then it ain't nothing you can do about it. The whole system, district attorney office, you're telling your family, nobody's going to do nothing because nobody's going to believe you. Oh, that's just a prisoner. He lying. We don't have no proof. There's nothing we can do. What do you want us to tell you? There's nothing we can do. You just got beat up, your nose broken. They said you fell on the ground and hit your nose. So you just beat up and ain't nothing we could do. Sorry about your luck. It couldn't be me, ladies and gentlemen. There's sometimes when I'm not even gonna go there and say what I'm gonna say, but you know, it couldn't be me. Let's continue the clip. It's honestly just sick. But these people, they got hell waiting.
Plays from the halls of Congress.
This morning, I introduced articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
To the streets of targeted cities.
What the hell are you doing? You can't put hands on people like that. I'm NYPD, bad right here. I'm all for the law too. What you doing to me?
On our featured video today, a very direct message to ICE comes from a group we haven't really heard from since the 1960s. Welcome to Occupy Democrats, and hit that subscribe.
I said I wanted to listen to your heart.
Mr. Jones, you need to stop masturbating.
Oh dear, why is that then?
Because I'm trying to examine you.
You've got to help me, Doctor. I can't stop eating. Okay, just wait a second. There we go. Hold it in, hold it in.
Work is a 10-minute walk away from his home.
When we're together, we feel some kind of harmony, you know, there's a connection somewhere.
Jones Tourette Weekend gets underway with a relaxation session. Beautiful clean fluid. Is there wind?
Scorpio, this is your horoscope for January 16th. You will have few chances in your love life. January 16th. You will have few chances in your love life.
What? Anyone? Yes,
who say they've been attacked by a senior citizen in an off-road vehicle. Law enforcement soon catches up with the foul-tempered leading perpetrator, who, without his voice, struggles to tell the deputies his side of this out-of-control story.
He's always so nice. I don't know to him. Let's go on. No, listen. Listen.
The following report is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before on
Your money, so pay attention, all right? I mean, you're paying $175 for the cause, you know?
Wait a minute, it was 125.
Well, now it's 175. You know why? I didn't put it in writing. That's your first You never put it in writing. The way to work it. Now, we got some important stuff going today. The mechanic bust late. The first thing is, guy comes in. No matter what's wrong with his car, You look him straight in the eye and say, you ain't using this card tonight. Oh, but fun of it. Malcolm's in. I want to launch this card. You look him straight in the eye and say, you ain't using this card tonight.
A week ago, me and my buddy Larry the Cable Guy went hunting. And
For viewers sensitive to issues of race, be advised that the following piece contains gratuitous use of the N-word. And by N-word, I mean nigger. Yeah, I said it. For the last 15 years, a man named Clayton Bigsby has been the leading voice of the white supremacist movement in America. Though not sold in any major bookstores, his books Dump Truck, Nigger Stain, I Smell Nigger, and Nigger Book have sold over 600,000 copies combined. Despite his popularity, very few have ever seen him due to his reclusiveness, but in an effort to bring his message to a wider audience, he agreed to give his first public interview ever to Frontline. But getting to Mr. Bigsby was an odyssey in itself, riddled with backcountry hollows, shifty go-betweens, and palpable danger. Excuse me, not sure we're in the right place. We are looking for Clayton Bigsby. Now, further, family fam. Clayton Bigsby, the author. What, you don't think I can write them book? Just because I'm blind, don't mean I'm dumb. Look this up. A black white supremacist. Our search for answers led us to Wexler Home for the Blind, where Mr. Bigsby spent the first 19 years of his life. Bridget Wexler is the home's headmistress.
Well, he was the only neighbor we'd ever had around here, so we figured we'd make it easier on Clayton by just telling him and all the other blind kids that he was white.
You never questioned it.
What do you?
Four books, man. written 6 books. They published 4.
What would you say is the overall message of your books?
Sir, my message is simple. Niggers, Jews, homosexuals, Mexicans, Arabs, and all kinds of different types of shit. And I hate
You refer to African Americans. What exactly is your problem?
How much time you got, buddy? Well, where I start? Well, first of all, they're lazy, good-for-nothing tricksters, crack-smoking swindlers, big butt-having, wide-nose, breathing white man there. They eat up all the chickens, but they they're the best dancers, and they stink. Did I mention that before?
Yes, I believe it is.
Matter of fact, my friend Jasper told me one of them fools came by his house to pick his sister up for a date. He said, look here, nigger, that there's my girl. Anyone has sex with my sister, it's going to be me.
You never left this country, Mr. Smith.
No, sir, not in many years.
What if I were to tell you that you are an African American?
Sir, I want to make this clear. I'm in no way, shape, or form involved in any but no. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a book signing to go to. Why don't you bring your media cameras over there if you want to see some real truth?
White supremacist lashed out into an unsuspecting world. Cyril, you're a friend. Why not tell him he's African American?
Listen, man, he's too part of the movement. But tell him he's black, he'll probably kill himself. Just to be one less nigger around. His commitment is that deep.
I'm overwhelmed by the irony. Illusions did not end there.
Awesome.
Was at a fever pitch as we arrived at Mr. Bixby's book signing.
All right, James, we're trying to show these people what black power is all about.
You better put your hood on, Clayton.
All right.
I wanna hide your identity to save her. You know, in case some radical and sympathetic cause wants to shoot you.
That's good thinking. All right. It's a target as well.
With their kung fu and all that silly tom. I can't understand you. Go back to your country.
It's also entertainment industry.
Don't let the liberal media tell you how things will be. If you have Hitler, don't let it out. You don't like women, great. If they don't mean there's something wrong with you, maybe there's something wrong with women. Say,
It's where it's
holy past. Like a Mexican did. They was put her on the Mexican, so the Mexicans later. Right. Cookie and Punch, Forrest and Joanne, Nate, about library good.
Thank y'all for coming. Mr. Bixby was not harmed that night, but irreparable damage has been done to his reputation and in many ways the white power movement. We're told that in the last few weeks he has accepted the fact that he is a black man. And 3 days ago, he filed for divorce from his wife. When we asked why, after 19 years of marriage, he responded, because she's a nigger lover. When Kent was.
Funding for Frontline provided by the Trent Lott Foundation for Peace and Understanding. Loving Black people, one at a time.
We gonna hang out with Rick James tonight, you know what I'm saying? And he comes out the room, and I look at him, and I'm not bullshitting, man. I seen like an orange, his aura or whatever. I seen it. He started kicking me, and he was mad niggerish, man, which was right up my alley.
I'm one of the baddest motherfuckers of all time. One of the best singers, one of the best looking motherfuckers you've ever seen. Hold my drink, bitch.
He walked up to any chick and looked at the whole side of their face, man.
I'm Rick James, bitch. Enjoy yourself.
We got closer, started hanging out. My brother didn't do any of this shit. So at night, when Eddie would break out, we would all be getting crazy and wild. If I was hanging with Rick, he had this thing with me where he used to always like fuck with me, man. I don't know what started it.
You know, he was hanging out with the big dogs, Charlie didn't know he was doing crazy things, and I had to straighten him out. Sometimes I had to go upside his head.
Things escalated to the point where, my man got too familiar, and I ended up having to whip his ass, man, because, he would step across the line. Habitually, he's a habitual line stepper. First time, I had to end up whipping his ass. We went to Studio 54. We walked up into the VIP section, and I'm looking around and see who's there, and looking at the girls and everything. And all of a sudden, I heard something go, bang. He had this ring commemorate the song he had put out called Unity.
And this was imprinted in
electric refrigerator. This is one of the offerings back then. Sold by General Motors under their Frigidaire name through Delco Light. Looks like an icebox. Has the same latches, same construction, same shelf style. Has an icebox. Normally, you put your ice in this compartment, but here we have this. We have this industrial-looking sulfur dioxide evaporator with copper tubing connected to it. And your ice box, you put a block of ice in here and the ice disappears, keeps the food cool. This machine keeps the food cool, but
it actually produces ice at the same time. If we go down here, we have the mighty Frigidaire Model G condensing unit that powers the V9 Frigidaire. Has a twin cylinder reciprocating compressor, two copper coil condensers, and the compressor flywheel back there has the fan blades cast into it. Cool that. And over here, we have a Century repulsion start motor. Try to get a shot of that Century nameplate. If we continue on over here, we have the temperature control. Go around to the back to show that. Look at that, even in the 20s, they cared enough to put a belt guard on it. So the temperature of that evaporator sets the pressure on the low pressure side of the refrigerant system. The hotter the evaporator, the more pressure, and that pressure works on this bellows. So as the evaporator warms up and the cabinet needs more cooling, it pushes up on the bellows, and these weights are overcome. It starts the motor. I'm going to force it to start so you get to hear it. Low speed compressor. Then as the pressure cools down and the temperature cools down, the weights will draw down and shut the machine off. So this takes the place of your thermostat. Encourage it to shut off a little bit early so you can hear that. So hope y'all like this little short clip of the V9 Frigidaire that I'm putting back in service. Cabinet restoration is yet to come. I'm definitely going to redo the finish. According to what I've read, this thing had a marine spar varnish for its finish. So that's what I'm going to go back with. Try to protect it from any condensation that happens here. Anyway, thanks for watching. Take care. Sold by General Motors.
So a huge thank you to Agent Halogen in providing these bulbs for us to take a look at here today. Now these are really cool, as you can probably tell by the title of this video. These aren't just any standard incandescent bulb. These things are ruby red and actually used by the Ministry of Defense in the UK. So very cool history to these bulbs here. One slightly older than the other. The white one in the package here is older than the one in the Crompton box. But we'll take a look at both of them here in this video. So let's first take a look at the one in the white package here. Not much is on the package at all, but on the bottom we can see 130 40 watt rough service ruby. I'm guessing their catalog number for this style of bulb. Now the first thing that strikes me when I took this bulb out of the box was how heavy it is. This thing has some weight to it. It has to have incredibly thick ruby glass because this thing it's heavy. It is heavy. On the edge here, we can see property of Her Majesty's government, or now His Majesty, I suppose, government. It's a vacuum lamp, I'm guessing by it saying vacuum instead of it being filled with maybe krypton or something. It's just a vacuum. And we have rough service, is my guess for the RS. 130 volt, Crompton. 40 watt, made in England with an S there at the bottom. Very cool. We do have a very nice brass base here, and I'm curious, is that the same number as the, indeed it is. Same exact number. So we even have the catalog number printed on the base here. And I do believe, it has been mentioned in the unboxing of all the items from Ancient Halogen. This is a marker for the factory, I believe. Very nice brass base as well. Moving on to the newer one here, we have a nice box. Not that the sleeve is bad, but we have a little bit of something else going on here. And on the packaging, we can see, by appointment to Her Majesty the Queen, manufacturers of electric lamps, Crompton Parkinson Limited, Doncaster. Hopefully I pronounced all that correctly. Very cool. Nothing on the bottom, but we do have some stamping here at the top. You can kind of see 130 volt, 40 watt, or sorry, not 130 volt, 230 volt. I'm so used to saying 120, 130 anything. Rough service, ruby bayonet cap. So let's go ahead and open this one up. Probably easiest if we do it from the bottom here. This one has some kind of cardboardy paper to keep it safe, so we'll take it out of that. And this one has some weight to it too, but it's most certainly not as heavy as the older version here. Again, let's take a look at the etch. Property of Her Majesty, or now His Majesty, I suppose. Vacuum, RS, for rough service. Maybe the 86 is a date code. 230 volt, Crompton, 40 watt, made in England with the S again. Very cool. And it appears we have the same number as the older bulb here, and the same stamp here as well. Very interesting. And here's both of the etches next to each other. Not much difference between the two, so they must be using the same etch over all the years. Nice comparison there. So what in the world were these bulbs actually used for, that they had to be made to the specifications of the Ministry of Defense? Well, these were used in locations like submarines, where it was important to retain good night vision, and red is perfect for that. So being a rough service lamp in such a military application as such, very special style of bulb, and very cool to have here in North America. Again, something I'd never thought that I'd ever have or be able to make a video of here for all of you on this channel. The bases are, yeah, pretty much the same thing. I'm sure it's just carried over the years, and they just changed the thickness of the ruby glass. Of course, you can tell this one's darker than this one, just from light passing through it. But other than that, it's pretty much the same thing. I mean, it looks like they changed the base a little bit. You can see it has a little bit more of a curve to it, and the one on the left than the newer one here on the right.
And then they do that for England too, and they put a tariff in countries that they don't go with, because we need greater international security, so they do it.
See what happens. Hello everybody, today I have some very in such a military persons there. So let's go ahead and I'll get an adapter here. Let's try these out. One more thing before we turn these bulbs on. If you're in the ceiling fan community, you've probably heard of the Crompton name before. And it's interesting to me because it looks like it's spelled exactly the same with the exact same font as well, with the C's encompassing the R here. Interesting. So, if you've ever heard of the Encon Crompton Greaves fans, yeah, it's the same name. I wonder if they're, in cooperation with each other or something. Very interesting. As you can see, same font and everything. We just don't have the Greaves, but we have the same Crompton name as the High Breeze fan here. Very interesting. Okay, let's go ahead and turn these bulbs on. Now, obviously, we won't be able to run these at the full 230. I could wire it up to a 240 volt, breaker and all that kind of stuff, dryer outlet, oven outlet, whatever. I'm not going to go to those lengths to do it. Running these at half of their voltage is perfectly fine and just preserves them anyway. Let's go ahead and start with the newer version here. Let's get it into our socket and let's turn it on. Ooh, what a cool glow. And look at the filament inside. That is awesome. Okay, so the Variac does go a little higher than, 120. So let's bring it up. I think as high as this thing will go. Now, I don't know what will happen to our kilowatt meter because it's not made to go this high. I don't want to ruin it. But I want to get it up as bright as we can, as close as we can. Like I said, I don't want to ruin our kilowatt meter, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this over and plug it directly into our Variac. I just don't want to harm it. But we can bring it up. Let's bring it up all the way. That's as high as we're going to get. I believe that's 140 volts. This is rated for just 120 only. I don't know how much variance it has, so I don't want to ruin it. But we're at 140 volts. Yeah, just look at that filament structure. That is so cool. Let's turn off our lights. Ooh, what a beautiful red light. Wow, this would be beautiful for an accent light. Okay. It's all kind of blurring together, and I really am trying to get this thing focused better. But we have a very nice pearl, look to it as well. If you look at it from the bottom here, we can see the C-shaped filament inside. But as you can tell, what I'm trying to pick up on is that it's also a bit of a zigzag up and down. Kind of like a very miniature squirrel cage filament. That must be how they make rough service bulbs in the UK. How interesting. Ours here kind of be a similar thing, but not as tight as this. It's very cool. And again, super easy on the eyes. I can stare at this and close my eyes, and there's no burn-in into my retina from the brightness of it. None. Interesting, though, notice the clearness here at the bottom. This might not be actual ruby glass. This might be maybe dipped in something because you can kind of see the clear here at the bottom. Very beautiful lantern. Absolutely beautiful. Let's get our meter on here. While that's booting up, I'll hold it up to our 2-foot mark here. And we're getting 1 lux. 1 lux, everybody. 1 lux. Perfect. Okay. Enough of that. Let's see what we can get on our Seaconic here. And we'll save that. That is our newer bulb. We'll take a look at that here once we get to the second one. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll turn on our little F6T5 in the corner here so we have a little bit of light. Doesn't get very hot either. Naturally, it's not running at full voltage. Now, let's go to the vintage one. This is going to be tasty. Here we go. Ooh, 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 ooh. It's got to have the same filament structure inside, but it is such an even light distribution, it's so hard to see. Yeah, it has the zigzag style filament, just like the one we were just looking at. But the diffusion of the pearl coating is diffusing it beautifully. It is literally just a red glow. Yeah, it's the same. It's hard to see, but it's the same ziggy-zaggy filament. I'm looking around the base here, like we did with the newer version, to see if there's any clear light coming through. And I think this is true ruby red glass. It has to be. I don't see any white light shining through anywhere. And again, that would make sense of why it's, so much heavier as well. Again, I can stare at this, and fall backwards apparently, and close my eyes, and there's no burn-in at all. It is so easy on the eyes. What a beautiful bulb. I wish I could show you how beautiful the red is, but I don't think the camera's going to do it justice at all. It unfortunately won't. I can try to focus on it. There you can see the filament, but I don't know how well that'll work. I can try to dim it down. Yeah, it's not going to work too good, unfortunately. Yeah, what a beautiful red bulb. That is just beyond cool. Okay, let's get our meter over here. And we'll make sure we saved our newer bulb. Let's do the older one. Definitely a different curve here. How interesting. Let's take a look at the two. Spectrum of the newer bulb. Spectrum of the older bulb. CRI of the newer bulb. CRI of the older bulb. White balance of the newer bulb. And white balance of the older bulb. Nothing there. Yeah, so I'm thinking based on the different spectrum curves, this has to be real ruby glass, or this one's like dipped or something. But just interesting to see how it's changed over the years naturally as well. Same etch and everything, still a very beautiful bulb, don't get me wrong, the newer one. It's just interesting to see those differences. Let's turn on the lights. There you can kind of get a better look at the filament zigzagging around inside, and it's a much tighter filament too. You can see it comes very close to the ends here to make a complete circle. You see that there? There's just a very small gap in the filament. Yeah, very tight, high quality lamp. That is beyond cool. And running this on 120 volts here, this is 140. We got it cranked up all the way. It'll last and last and last. It's at half of its rated voltage. Beautiful, beautiful bulbs. Again, a huge thank you to Agent Halogen for everything. These things are absolutely amazing. As always, I do hope you enjoyed today's video. If you did, be sure to give it a like down below and leave a comment. I do enjoy reading all your comments. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to the channel for more great videos like this one. Also check out my secondary channel, Brookaway, and subscribe over there for more behind the scenes and alternative content. Of course, check out the other videos here on the screen, and as always, thank you very much.
Originally, light bulbs looked like bulbs, hence the name. But then in the 2000s, we started using ones that looked like a curlicue because we wanted to save energy, and this was the best technology available to do it at the time, using a small spiral-shaped fluorescent tube. Eventually, these got phased out. We went back to using light bulbs that looked like bulbs, except with a bit of plastic on them, because now they're using LEDs instead of an incandescent filament. But in our 100-year history of going from old bulb-shaped light bulbs to new bulb-shaped light bulbs, there were some other shapes and sizes. Of course, we all know these big, long fluorescent tubes, which are still commonly used in commercial installations. But there were some other shapes and sizes that were not so commonly used, including square light bulbs, diamond-shaped light bulbs, whatever you call this shape, and circular light bulbs. These are called circline bulbs, or to be more technically accurate, you should call it a lamp instead of a bulb. Circline lamps are available in 8, 12, and 16-inch sizes. These were introduced by General Electric in 1946, and their real heyday was in the 1950s when they were commonly used in kitchens. And they had some really beautiful chromed fixtures for them, often including 2 or even all 3 sizes of circline lamps in the fixture. But circline lamps are not just a relic of the past. You can actually still buy them today. I just got these recently at Home Depot. Brand new Philips circline lamps in the 8-inch size, in full white and bright white flavors. And circline lamps experienced a second surge of popularity in the late 1970s when the energy crisis caused people to think about more efficient forms of lighting. And to fill that need, they introduced these ungainly contraptions to allow you to install a circline lamp into an ordinary light bulb socket, creating the first form of compact fluorescent lights. General Electric introduced their version of the Circline lamp adapter in 1979. They called it the Circ-Lite. This is the 60-watt equivalent version, which consumes 22 watts of electricity. They also had a larger 100-watt equivalent,
which consumed 44 watts. And other brands had their own names for the same idea, including Circle Lux, Luma Circle, and Ring of Light. The big selling point of the Circlite was more light using less energy. They claimed it was brighter than a 60-watt soft white bulb, but uses only 22 watts. Here they show some intended use cases of the Circlite and fabulous late 70s, early 80s interior decor, an ordinary table lamp, an overhead fixture in a kitchen, and a fixture suspended from the ceiling above a dining room table. And here's the rather complex process for installing a Circlite in a table lamp, which I'll go through and show you. And here's what this one cost when it was purchased at Kmart in December 1984, $9.88. Now let's open up the Circlite that's been in the box since 1984. The box is rather frayed at the edges, but it has never been opened. So here we go. Okay, get some styrofoam. Here's the manual. And there's the adapter. And there's the bulb itself. The little plastic piece is very yellowed, even though it has never been exposed to sunlight. And there's a piece of the tape here, which obviously no longer can be good since it's been sitting so long. Yeah, just the adhesive is all dried up, so those are no good. It also came with an ownership registration card, which implores us to please fill it in and mail it at once. It's going to the General Electric Company Circlite Registration Department in Neola Park, Cleveland, Ohio. And here's the manual for the Circlite. The lighting system designed to save energy. And it tells all the features, and those are all the steps to install. And the manual has a date of February 1981 on it. The later adapters have plastic clips which are prone to cracking and breaking, but this is one of the older ones that has metal clips. So that's good. The way you install it is that the bulb clips into those hooks like that, and then there's the cable that plugs into the bulb. You have to sort of clip it on like that, and then plug in this adapter. That side popped out. It's a little bit of a tricky process, but we got it in. You can see why these were not the most ideal solution. It's big, it's heavy, it's complex to assemble, and doesn't even fit in many lamps. It says, caution, added weight of fitting may cause instability of freestanding portable lamps. Use only with portable table lamps provided with lamp shades. Be sure to install attachment provided with fitting to existing lamp holder in accordance with instructions. And in case you're wondering about the purpose of the pieces of tape that were enclosed, they were designed to add extra strength to the bulb socket of your lamp. I will try installing the Circlite in an ordinary table lamp in a moment, but first I happen to be buying some parts from a company called SMC Electronics, and on their website I found what they called a vintage table lamp base for $7.50. And despite them calling it vintage, it's actually brand new in the box from China. I won't attempt to pronounce the name of the distributor or manufacturer, but it is a brand new item, and it's a very simple lamp socket and a base with a built-in switch, but it also has a switch on the power cord, strangely. And I think this would be perfect for displaying the Circlite almost like a piece of art. Just like that. I plugged it in and I'm ready to turn it on, but first, as the manual for the Circlite warns, when turning portable lamp on, flickering may occur before starting. This is common with fluorescent tubes. So if you're sensitive to flickering images, you might want to look away for a couple seconds. So here we go. And it did indeed flicker quite a bit before turning on. Now it's glowing brightly and even swapping out the camera. Now I lock the exposure and I'll turn it off so you can see the difference that makes. It's almost a completely black image. Now I'll turn it back on. And I'll try the switch on the lamp itself. So that is the Searchlight as a display piece. And despite it having what General Electric called a warm white bulb, it actually puts out a very nice neutral white color. It's not too yellowish and not too bluish, just the kind of color temperature I like. And on the box, General Electric claimed that the Searchlight does not generate any radio interference. So for comparison, I have a more modern CFL with an electronic ballast, and next to it I have an AM radio, which I'll turn on, tuned to a weak station. Then I'll turn on the lamp and you'll hear what happens. So that's the radio interference caused by the modern CFL with an electronic ballast. Now the vintage Searchlight, turn that on. A little bit of clicking when it first sparked up to life, but now very little radio interference. There's a little bit of crackling, but not nearly as bad as that modern CFL, and indeed as many modern LED bulbs. Now for a direct comparison, on the right I have an ordinary 60-watt incandescent bulb, and I'll switch over to the Searchlight. And it is slightly brighter than the 60-watt incandescent light, just like General Electric claimed. And the color temperature is slightly cooler. I'd say whereas an ordinary soft white incandescent bulb is usually rated at 2700 K color temperature, I'd say this is more like 3000 K. However, the color rendering is definitely better with the incandescent bulb. The colors really pop on this rainbow effect and the red logo on this box. And when I switch over to the Searchlight, the colors are quite a bit more muted. So that was one of the downsides of these fluorescent bulbs. The color rendering was not as good as an ordinary incandescent bulb. But in terms of brightness and energy efficiency, it definitely is better than an incandescent bulb. And checking it with my kilowatt meter, it indeed draws 22 watts as advertised. Now for another downside of the Searchlight, and that is the difficulty in installing it in an ordinary table lamp like this one. Because whereas it's not too difficult to reach in and install an ordinary incandescent bulb without needing to remove the lampshade, in order to install the Searchlight, you definitely do need to remove the lampshade. And then, of course, take out your ordinary light bulb. Then you have to remove the harp. That's what this thing is called. And there's usually these little retaining rings you have to pull up. Then you squeeze in, and that comes off. Now we can install the Searchlight. And then reinstall the harp over it. Put those retaining clips back in. To fit the Searchlight, which some of the smaller ones not. This one is, so the Searchlight will fit. And now finally I can turn it on. So the Circlite fits fine in most table lamps and floor lamps. But when it comes to desk lamps where the bulb is horizontal, obviously that's not going to work. Nor is it going to work in small bedroom lamps where the lampshade clips directly onto the bulb. These adapters to install a fluorescent Circlite lamp into an ordinary light bulb socket never really caught on for ordinary household use. Well, obviously there must have been some kind of market for them, because I was surprised to discover that General Electric actually renewed the trademark for Circlite in 2004 and didn't cancel it until 2020. So although you cannot buy these Circlite adapters anymore, they were on the market for quite a while longer than I expected. And you can still buy the bulbs for them. So if you have one of these, you can keep on using it. Here I have what may look like 3 portable Walkman-style cassette players from the 1980s. They're all basically the same size and shape, and they all will play cassette tapes. But one of them is not a Walkman, and it's not because it's not a Sony, because it is a Sony. It's the Sony Pressman TCM31 cassette coder from 1989, which is not a Walkman. You may know that Sony created the original Walkman in 1979 by taking a Pressman portable cassette recorder, removing the recording capability, and adding stereo playback. But even as the Walkman range exploded in popularity through the 1980s, Sony continued manufacturing the Pressman series of cassette recorders alongside them. And this is a Pressman recorder from 1989. At first glance, this may look like a Walkman. Well, you'll notice it doesn't say Walkman anywhere on it. And another feature that stands out is the bright red recording button. There were Walkman models which could record, but one feature which distinguished them was that they were stereo, while this is only mono. You can use it to play stereo cassettes because they were designed to be compatible with monaural equipment, but the left and right channels will be combined together.
I am speaking from the left. My name is David.
I am speaking from the right. My name is Mary.
I am still on the left. This is a quick channel identification test.
And I am still on the right.
And also notice it says earphone, singular, not earphones. So if you plug in a pair of stereo headphones, the sound will only come out of one ear unless you add a mono to stereo adapter. But that hasn't stopped unscrupulous sellers from equipping these mono recorders with a pair of stereo headphones, falsely advertising them as a Walkman and charging an astronomical price. That's shameful. And in terms of its recording capabilities, this model is very bare bones. There's no tape counter, no voice-activated recording, no jack for an external microphone. You don't even get a hand strap. Those were all features found on the fancier Pressman models from 1989, but not this one because the TCM31 was their lowest end model. But you do get what I consider to be very attractive styling with this nice big tape window, that bright red recording button, which really stands out. It does have a built-in speaker on the back, which is a pretty generous size. There's the built-in microphone. It does have cue and review and a pause button and auto stop and one-touch recording. The original price of the TCM31 in 1989 was $28.95. That was actually more expensive than the cheapest stereo cassette Walkman, the WM12, which sold for $23.95. So even though it's never going to deliver high-fidelity stereo playback, I do like this model, but unfortunately, it doesn't work. With 2 AA batteries installed, if I press play, you can see the supply reel moved a little bit and then stopped, and the take-up reel did not move at all. So let's see if we can fix it. To open it up, remove the 4 screws from the bottom of the case. Next, you'll need to start carefully prying open the back cover, starting with this edge here. Okay, that's off. As you might have guessed, the reason why this one isn't working is that the belts have stretched out with age. This one doesn't look too bad, but this one is far too loose to have any effect anymore. So both of these belts will need to be replaced. This one is pretty easy. It just comes right off, and then you can grab the one underneath it, and hopefully it's not all tangled up in the mechanism, nor is it turning to goo, which this one is on the verge of doing. So, okay, it came off in one piece. That's good. And while we're in here, you can see how the mechanism is almost entirely made of plastic. All those little linkages and levers are all plastic. There are metal springs in there, but pretty much everything else is plastic. But the flywheel is metal, and it seems to be pretty well balanced. And hiding here underneath the speaker is the motor speed adjustment trimmer. And there is a cutout for it in the case, so you can adjust the motor speed without prying open the cover. You can get a belt kit with the correct sizes of belts for the TCM31 for about $10, but in my bag of assorted cassette belts, I was able to find two which should be pretty close to the correct size. Of course, they should be smaller than these stretched out ones. And that one is a little bit smaller, and that definitely is also a bit smaller. So hopefully these will work. So here's installing the lower belt. And that does appear to fit pretty well. You don't want it too tight, but obviously it's a lot better than that stretched out original one. Now the top belt, which just goes from the motor to the flywheel. It's a very simple mechanism. And that looks fine as well. So let's see if it works. I put the cover back on, popped in some batteries, and now...
How much is your time? $100 an hour? $300 an hour? If your answer is $500, then you'll spend $83 worth of time with me.
It works. And here's an example of the cue and review functions.
The presentation is about to begin. So relax, then get ready to listen to It's about to begin. So relax. AD.
You may have noticed some wobbliness in the audio, and that's due to an unfortunate flaw in this recorder's design, the pause controller, because all it does is just cut power to the motor. Unlike a cassette recorder with a mechanical pause control, it does not release the pinch roller from the capstan. That's fine if you're just going to be pausing for a brief moment, but if you leave it paused for an extended period of time, that constant pressure of the capstan against the rubber pinch roller will cause a permanent indentation in the rubber. And that's exactly what's happened with this one. You can even kind of see it right there. So every time the pinch roller rotates around and hits that flat spot in the rubber, it's going to cause a wobble in the pitch of the playback. You can really hear it on this test tone tape. There are two ways to fix this problem. Of course, you can just replace the pinch roller with another one of the same size, if you can find it, or you can try sanding down the rubber until it's completely smooth all around and no longer has that indentation in it. But since this low-end model was never meant for high fidelity recording anyway, for now I'll just go ahead with the recording test on a Sony HF normal bias tape. This is a brief recording test of the Sony TCM31 Pressman cassette recorder from 1989 using the internal microphone, which is the only microphone it has. This is a brief recording test of the Sony TCM31 Pressman cassette recorder from 1989 using the internal microphone, which is the only microphone it has. Checking the automatic level control by speaking right up close to the microphone and holding it at arm's length distance, speaking in the same tone of voice. So yeah, if it wasn't for that wobbling and the speed, this would make very good quality recordings. I can imagine some budding journalist back in 1989 carrying one of these around, using it for on-the-scene interviews, and being entirely satisfied with the quality of the results. And there we have it. The Sony TCM31 is not a Walkman, despite looking quite like one, and was never meant for high-fidelity music listening. But for its intended purpose of making voice recordings, I think it delivers entirely acceptable results, just as long as you don't keep it paused for too long. You've probably seen one of these VHS-C cassette adapters designed to let you play a compact VHS tape recorded in a camcorder in your normal full-size home VCR. Just take it out, and the fancier ones were motorized. They had a little 9-volt battery in there to run the mechanism. Well, this one is a cheaper model, so it's all manual. So you open this door, and then you put in your VHS-C tape. And in the process of doing so, it forces the flap open, and then you close the lid slowly, and it spreads out the tape. So now, when you open the flap, you can see it's all the way across the full width of the normal VHS shell. And then you can stick it in any normal VCR, just like a regular VHS tape, and it will play perfectly. Well, have you ever wondered if anybody made a similar kind of adapter to play a microcassette, commonly used for dictation? In a regular cassette player? Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Because whereas VHS-C was invented by the same company as full-size VHS, JVC, and that compatibility was purposely designed into it, such is not the case with microcassette versus a normal cassette. In fact, the microcassette was actually a competitor to another downsized version of the cassette that you may have heard of, the mini cassette. So there was no intent of any compatibility between the formats. The microcassette was its own thing. While the microcassette does use the same width and formulation of tape as a standard normal bias cassette tape, it runs at either 1/2 or 1/4 the speed of a normal cassette and in the opposite direction. So if you try to do it yourself by taking the tape out of a microcassette and re-spooling it into a normal cassette shell, it would play too fast and backwards, which would sound something like this. But still, that doesn't necessarily mean that making a microcassette to cassette adapter is impossible. You just need to be more clever in how you design it, like this cassette to 8-track adapter, which isn't any larger than an 8-track tape itself, and it works great. And sure enough, in 1974, Masaki Sato of Olympus filed a patent for a cassette adapter for a tape recorder which can mount thereon a miniature cassette, which is smaller than a standard compact cassette and which comprises mechanisms and electric circuit which are essential for effecting reproduction of the miniature cassette from the tape recorder. And there in the patent application is a line drawing of the microcassette adapter being mounted in what looks like an early 1970s cassette dictation transcriber. And here is that adapter featured in the October 1977 issue of Popular Science magazine. They wrote smaller cassettes can be played in standard units by using Sony's adapter model MA40. It works, however, only with capstan drive cassettes. And by that, they meant microcassettes, not mini cassettes. It's $89. The same design was also sold by Dictaphone as the Thoughtmaster Microcassette Adaptor. And there it is. But here I have the Sony version. It's their Microcassette Adaptor. Yes, the spelling wasn't really standardized to adapter until well into the 1990s. This one is the MA40A, which I guess is a later revision. It was made in Japan. Doesn't really have any more details about it on the box except the Sony part number. So I'll just have to right open the box here and unwrap it. And there is the adapter and the little folded up manual for it. It's a Sony business product, so you know it means business. You'd think Olympus would have sold a version of this under their own name because they patented it, and microcassette was their own format, but I haven't been able to find any evidence that they did. But nonetheless, here's the Sony version of it, and as you can see, it basically contains a complete microcassette player mechanism in there. It has the two spindles, and there's the capstan and pinch roller and playback head. Has an on-off switch. And here's where it contacts the regular cassette player. That's a piece of rubber, but behind it, kind of hard to see, but behind it is a coil of wire, which is essentially what is inside a playback or recording head of a tape deck. So that's what translates the signal from the microcassette to the standard cassette player. Then it has another pinch roller here, which contacts the capstan of the regular cassette player. And for some reason, it has this spring-loaded little thing here. I don't know if that just holds it in place or if it serves any purpose. On the bottom is the sprocket holes for the standard cassette player to drive the mechanism. And here is the battery compartment. This is the one difference between the MA40A, which is this version, and the original MA40, which ran on a 9-volt battery, but this runs on 2 AA's. They're actually what it calls penlight cells. I put in 2 AA batteries, and I'll close the door. And let's put in a microcassette. When we first turn it on, the battery indicator does not light up, but that's actually normal. According to the manual, the battery indicator lights up when the batteries are low, not like in most cassette players where it lights up when the batteries are good and then goes out when the batteries are low. This works the opposite. And as of yet, nothing is moving because it's waiting for the regular cassette player to be in charge of the movement of the microcassette. But there's one problem you may have noticed. The microcassette adapter is quite a bit taller than a cassette tape, which severely limits the amount of players it can fit into. For example, it's not going to fit in any cassette player which uses the common design where the cassette tape fits into a slot in the door. And obviously, slot-loading car radio style players are also out of the question. And even in many older players where the door is really just a cover and works independently of the loading and unloading of the cassette tape, it doesn't open wide enough to fit the microcassette adapter. Even on this Philips Norelco recorder from the mid-1960s, in which you can remove the door entirely, there's still a lip which the cassette tape fits under, which blocks the microcassette adapter from fitting. It almost fits in this Panasonic personal stereo from the 90s and this modern cheapo Walkman style player in which the doors open nice and wide, except for the fact that these are auto reverse players, which means they have dual capstans. Well, this microcassette adapter was not designed to work in auto reverse players. It only has a hole for one capstan, and the plastic blocks where the other capstan would go. You would need to drill a hole in order for it to fit in these players. Alas, this rather chunky Sony WMFS-111 sports Walkman from 1999 is finally a model in which the microcassette adapter does fit, because the door opens nice and wide, and it's not an auto-reverse player. But unfortunately, I won't be able to use it in this player because, like so many other Walkmans of its age, it needs a new belt. So, having struck out on all my other options, I took my C-Crane VersaCorder and removed the door, which I needed to do anyway because the little plastic peg which holds it up when you eject it broke. And now there's this big empty hole which you can easily stick in the microcassette adapter. And now when I press fast forward on the cassette player, the microcassette is fast forwarding. Rewind also works. And when I press play, it appears to be working, except we have not actually turned this on, so its own capstan and controller have not yet been engaged. And when I do that, by turning it on, it grinds to a halt. So maybe there's a belt inside this adapter which needs to be replaced. Here's a closer look. When I turn it on, the microcassette mechanism engages, but when I show a very close-up of it, you can see that when I first engage it, the capstan and controller move a little bit and then stop. See that? It moves a little bit and then stops. So either there's a bad belt or maybe a bad rubber idler in there somewhere. It's going to need service. I got it apart and it has very sturdy metal construction. It reminds me of a mechanical clock where it's all sandwiched together like that with all the gears and pulleys and things, and there is a metal flywheel in there. And yes, there is a belt in there which would stand to be replaced. As I rotate it, you can see it is rather loose. I also noticed the power switch has a broken off piece of plastic, so when I turn it on, you can see it moves that switch into the on position, but when I turn it off, it doesn't, because it misses the actual switch. So if you turn this on and turn it off again, it's going to stay on. So I'll have to fix that. Try to glue on another little piece of plastic there to reinforce it. One of the screws I need to remove to take apart the mechanism is blocked by this assembly here, and I don't want to get involved with that. But luckily, after removing the two other screws I was able to gain access to, I pried apart the mechanism just enough to fish out the old belt. So I needed to find a new belt that's just a little bit smaller than this. The old belt is just about 45 millimeters long when I stretch it out. And I have a choice between a new belt that's also about 45 millimeters long, stretched out, or one that's just under 40 millimeters long. So I think I'm going to go with this slightly smaller one. Success! The new belt is now installed. You can see when I rotate this pulley, it rotates the flywheel, and it's no longer loose. Now I just need to deal with this broken off piece of the power switch. I found a little piece of plastic that I think will do the trick. The challenge will be getting it to stay there. Hopefully Max Bond super glue will be good enough. They do claim it holds over 1,000 pounds. Okay, I got it glued in place. Meet me back here in about 24 hours and we'll see live on camera if it snaps off the first time I try to activate the switch. It's a day later, and now here's the moment of truth. Is the repaired switch going to hold when I move it? Yes. Good. Now I purposely put in some weak batteries, and when I turn it on, you can see the battery indicator comes on to indicate that the batteries are going dead. So that's working. and thankfully those repairs were successful. Here's more. I also cut a little notch in the plastic, allowing it to be used in dual capstan players, like this modern cheapo JL101 player that you can get for about $30 on Amazon. But it is only for recordings made at the 2.4 centimeter per second speed. Recordings made at the slower 1.2 centimeter per second microcassette speed will play too fast. And in case you're wondering if a mini cassette to cassette adapter was ever made, Fred Bolick of Linear filed a patent for one in 1972. But I don't know if it ever went into production because by 1975, Linear had jumped ship from mini cassette to the microcassette camp. And this 1977 article mentions Linear having a microcassette adapter for $150. I haven't been able to find one, so I don't know if it's the same thing that Dictaphone and Sony were selling or something different. So, the Sony MA40A microcassette adapter is definitely not high fidelity, and it has some pretty severe limitations on which cassette players it will actually fit into. But the impressive thing is not that it works well, or rather that it works at all. The iconic audio format of the 1970s was the 8-track tape. It was never known for the best audio quality, and especially not known for the best reliability, but nonetheless it was an inexpensive and convenient way to play music. Sales of 8-track tapes peaked in 1978, when over 133 million of these things were sold in the US. But after then, 8-tracks fell out of favor as quickly as disco and bell-bottom jeans did. And by 1980, sales were eclipsed by the cassette tape, which had been increasing in popularity all through the 1970s, and by the 1980s, it was king, and 8-tracks were relegated to the dustbin of history. Nonetheless, from around the mid-1970s to the early 1980s, many people did have and wanted to be able to play both formats. And to fulfill that need, there were stereo components available which supported both cassette tapes and 8-track tapes. But due to the physical differences between the two formats, that always required two separate mechanisms, one for cassette tapes and a separate one for 8-track tapes. After all, they're completely different sizes. They run at different speeds. They use different widths of tape and different track layouts. And most importantly, one is a miniature reel-to-reel format in a cassette shell, and the other one is an endless loop cartridge format. So it was impossible to make a one-size-fits-all device which could accept both formats. But apparently Sound Design didn't get the memo, because this may look like one of their cheap 1970s stereo systems with an FM radio tuner, an AM radio tuner, and an 8-track player. But if we take a closer look at the front panel, it clearly says cassette-8-track. And again, down here, AM/FM stereo receiver, cassette 8-track player. So apparently they were able to engineer a device which could play 8 tracks and cassettes in the same slot. The question is, how? But before we ponder that mystery, let's take a quick look at its other features. As I mentioned, it has an AM/FM radio tuner. Get me running, and you know what? That's actually AM, which sounds surprisingly good. Now I'll switch over to FM. And it has a lighted tuning dial, including a stereo indicator that lights up when I tune in a station broadcasting in stereo. And that's playing through these Sound Design speakers. These may not be the exact model that it originally came with, because I acquired these separately, but they do match the styling. And these actually do have real tweeters, unlike most Sound Design speakers. They have 8-inch woofers and 3-inch tweeters, and on the back it claims a maximum power handling of 15 watts RMS. And I love how they have this graph on the front showing the frequency response of the speakers from 20 hertz to 15 kilohertz. On the back of the stereo system, we can see its Sound Design Model 4645B has connections for an FM antenna, an input for either a turntable with a ceramic phono cartridge or a line level input, a tape output, and also outputs for main and auxiliary speakers. And it's UL listed and was made in Japan. For Sound Design, I'm impressed with the build quality of this stereo system. For example, it has a pretty sturdy plywood cabinet, not cheap particle board, and on the bottom is a sticker with the circuit diagram and a date code of August 1976. And here it is featured in the 1976 Blue Book of Quality Merchandise. It had a price of $125. And thank you to Grace Robbins for scanning this in for me. You already saw it playing an 8-track tape earlier, but here's the moment you've all been waiting for. Will it play a cassette tape as advertised? And the answer is yes, it absolutely will. There is no rewind, but we do get a fast forward. And the button that changes the program when you're listening to an 8-track doubles as an eject button for the cassette. It also auto-ejects when it reaches the end of the cassette. In a moment, we're going to open this thing up and discover the inner workings of this miraculous device. But just by listening to it, I can already tell it shares some parts in common between the 8-track player and the cassette player. For example, when I put in an 8-track, you can hear that rather noisy motor and also the noisy solenoid that changes the program. It's currently on program 3. Pull out the 8-track, put it in a cassette. Hear that same motor? Sounds the same. Now push the button to eject the cassette. And it sounds like that same solenoid that changes the programs on the 8-track. And indeed it is, because if I now put in the 8-track, we're on program 4. So ejecting the cassette actually changed the program of the 8-track player. At this point, you may have realized that I've only taken it apart after I've already demonstrated it. That's because this thing did not require any repairs. The only thing I've done so far is spray some contact cleaner into the controls because the volume control is a little bit scratchy, and now that is fixed. And from the top, the tape player looks like an ordinary 8-track player. You can see the motor, the head, the capstan, and the solenoid, which changes the program when you push the button. Here it is at program 1, program 2, program 3, program 4, and back to program 1. And here's Mr. Sparky, the sensor which automatically changes the program when it detects the metal foil on the tape. So when I put it in a cartridge, that all looks completely normal for an 8-track player. But if you look way down inside there, you can just about see the head for playing cassettes. So I'll put in a cassette and you'll see what happens. Now I'll push the button to eject the cassette. Unfortunately, I can't find any indication of who manufactured this mechanism. The only thing on it is this sticker on the bottom saying it was made in Japan under license agreement of Star SA, Brussels, Belgium. I looked that up, and in 1970, they were granted a patent for what they called a shiftable drive carriage cassette tape loading system. And I think this is what they're referring to. Normally this stays out of the way so you can stick in an 8-track and it won't be obstructed. But when you put in a cassette, this swings up to provide the mechanism for playing it. I propped open the door and you can see way in the back is the head and capstan for playing 8-tracks. If I swing up that mechanism, there's the mechanism for playing cassettes, which swings up when needed and drops back down when it's not needed. You can see it has a fixed post because it does not rewind, so it only needs the forward direction spindle. And then you can see the head and capstan and pinch roller. On the side, you can kind of see how this is essentially two mechanisms sandwiched together. On the top is the 8-track and down here, cassette player mechanism that swings up when needed for playing cassettes and then pops back down when you eject it. Here, I'll put in the cassette again. And here's the fast forward button. I don't know why they needed such a big, heavy metal mechanism just to fast forward. You can see it has 2 springs on it. That's really quite elaborate. And when I let go, it starts playing again. And I'll push the button to eject the cassette. Here's the view from underneath when playing an 8-track. Playing a cassette. It uses the same motor and flywheel as for playing 8-tracks, but then there's this idler wheel here, which transfers power to this other flywheel, which drives the cassette mechanism. And you may have noticed that the idler is actually changing the direction of the rotation when playing a cassette. Because if I align the cassette the way it's put into the machine, the reels are going to be turning counterclockwise. Now, if I carefully open this 8-track, the reel is going to be rotating clockwise and falling apart in the process. Here's a better look at it. I'll hold it so it doesn't come unspooled this time. The 8-track rotates clockwise, while the cassette tape rotates. You also have to keep in mind that an 8-track runs twice as fast as a cassette. 8-tracks play at 3 3/4 inches per second. Cassettes play at 1 7/8 inches per second. So that idler reel actually does double duty. Not only changes the direction of the rotation for 8-tracks and cassettes, it also changes the speed. Looking at the circuit diagram on the bottom, we can see the 8-track head and the cassette head, and there's the switch to go between them. So the only thing that's actually switched electronically is which head is connected to the rest of the circuitry. All the amplification and equalization, everything else for playing a tape is exactly the same regardless if it's a cassette or an 8-track. Only the heads are switched. So electronically, there's almost no difference between playing cassettes and 8-tracks, but obviously mechanically, there's a whole lot more going on here than it would be for just an 8-track only player or a cassette only player. It's a shame this multi-format cassette and 8-track player didn't catch on, because imagine if it would have inspired someone to create a VCR which can play both VHS and beta. You may think that's impossible, but you probably thought what this thing does is impossible too. But I can think of several reasons why this multi-format player design didn't become popular. One is that they actually did too good of a job of making it look indistinguishable from a normal 8-track player. So if someone was looking for a stereo system which could play both cassettes and 8-tracks and they saw this on the shelf, they would think it's just a normal 8-track only player and they would pass it by. Plus, I think it was out of step with what the average consumer was looking for back in 1976 when this was introduced, because back then the 8-track was still the dominant music listening format, and cassettes were most popular for recording, which is something this cannot do because it's just a player, not a recorder. And even if it could record, it wouldn't be able to do what many people wanted, and that is to copy their 8-tracks to cassettes, because it can only accept one at a time, not both. Nonetheless, I enjoy taking a look at products which try to innovate new features and actually work remarkably well, but just didn't succeed in the marketplace and catch on, including both this combined cassette and 8-track player from Sound Design in 1976, and also this MP-ROM MP3 CD player from 1999, which also works perfectly.
Serio. 10 seconds. That's how long it took a Tupelo, Mississippi police officer to go hands-on with a man filming a building from public property.
This is going. We got walls painted, new walls up, and now it's time to say goodbye to the space that we just built. With all the work that we did, we freshened it up quite a bit and gained about 1,200 square feet of shop space. And now we're going to take away roughly a third of that, because this is where we're going to put our spray booth. And that's what we're going to do, is put that up today. Now you're probably wondering, why'd you go through all that effort just to fill it up? Well, if I hadn't gotten rid of the useless offices here, I would have had to put the spray booth in the valuable shop space. That real estate actually gets something done. Useless offices here, they weren't doing anything but taking up space. So why not take them out, put our spray booth here, and keep our shop open? So that's exactly what we did. So let's start assembling our spray booth. First, we're going to start with our mixing room. Actually, the first thing we need to do is get everything out of here, because we put everything over here to get it off the floor so that they can epoxy them. And then we have to get to our spray booth, which I efficiently placed at the furthest point from where we're going to need it. And I actually did that because I didn't want to have to move it multiple times, because it is big and heavy and awkward. So I just stuck it where I knew I wouldn't have to move it anymore. Unfortunately, that happened to me. Across the shop. So, but at least we're only doing it once. So let's get stuff moved and get to our spray booth. We moved everything out of the shop, with the exception of our regular cab short bed, and I stuck it over there in the corner, so it'll probably be in some of the shots so that you guys can keep bugging me about what I'm going to do with it. Our paint mixing room is right here, actually closer to where we're taking it than our spray booth. And the first piece we need is the back, and it's right here up in front. So it almost looks like I planned this out, or it was just a coincidence. Probably the latter. We need to scrape off all this caulk, because when we put it together, we don't want that pieces of that getting stuck in. We'll screw it all together and then we'll recaulk it later. And Mr. Let's clean all this before we put it together is nowhere to be found today. So it's just me, and the best I can do for you is maybe we'll clean it after we put it all back together. So let's get our pieces over there.
Don't mind me, just taking my mixing room for a walk. This wall is actually made up of 3 panels. I just didn't feel like taking it all apart. Unless, of course, you count all the bracketry for the filters, and then there's probably like 10 pieces. Still didn't feel like.
So this is a side wall that we're going to need to put up against our other wall. And I know it's a coincidence that we put these up in the right order, because there's no way I could tell the difference between this one and the other one without close inspection. And the only reason I know that is it had some shelves on the back of it before, and I do remember that part of the day. So this is the one that'll go against our wall now. And after that, I think we ran out of luck. I think we're out of order, because the next is a side wall, and we're going to need the front wall. And yes, Bobcat is right there, but these are actually easier to move with a hand truck, I think. Maybe not. It's on board. Yeah, used to be in here.
And this wall is also 3 pieces. They're just a little bit wider. It's long. And it's a little more awkward. Trying not to slam this up against our freshly painted wall. I felt that the time to fight with this thing in one big piece was better than taking it apart and fighting with it to put it all back together. Now we have our helper. I'm going to hold the top in case I move too far. line up our holes. There are vice grips on it. And you put a screw in there. Now we can relax a little bit. Probably shouldn't. You just keep clamping it up. Screws and the old holes. And all back together. These are just self-tapping screws. Well, originally there were no holes in there and they just screwed them in and tightened it up. Now we have to remove all the 2x4s that they screwed in here so as they can mount the cabinets to this wall. That's why I'm using this was. I guess we could probably leave those 2x4s in there, but Scott's lumber and flooring one of them, so I figured I'd give it to him. And it probably would have been smart to take these off. There was a little more room over here, but it was facing the wrong way and it kind of fight with it in a different way. This way I'm just fighting in between the walls. So I hold my breath so I can fit there. Has run out since the screws for the front and back go in from the sides, and that one side is going to be against the wall. I need to get the front, and that is behind this other side. So we got to put this somewhere else to get to that piece, so we can put it on there, and then we'll push it up against the wall and get it where it's going to stay. There'll always be some room on the back side, but one side is going to be all the way up against the wall, so we won't be able to get to it anymore. And all the screws for the top go from the top down, so it won't matter if it's up against the wall after we get this front end. So let's dig it out. We got our front piece dug out, and it's 3 pieces, unless you count the door, and it's a few more pieces. And we got our friend holding the long wall up there so it doesn't flop over. It's pretty flimsy. This one has 2 holes in it for filters, and then the center. And these doors are unnecessarily heavy. I assume they're full of lead or gold or something. And just keep wiggling it back and forth until we get it in place. Just close enough that we can slide it together. It might be close enough. Good clamp on it. You don't have to worry about falling over. Put all these 2 panels together. And now we can move it into its final resting place. I wanted to do this with 3 walls because it is very awkward. And it is kind of heavy, even though it's really flimsy. Kind of lift up on it and slide it. Try not to destroy the floor. Looks like about square. We have a shelf over in the back here. We'll put that in. Slide it between those filters. Stay in there. Like trying to put together a wet noodle. Screws in the back. Screw on the side. And now we'll bring the other side in. Maybe knock the front down. did get the bottom of it, as in the square. Crank it all up. And start running our screws in. Like that screwed in the front. So here's a perfect opportunity to share a story of how things went the day we took the paint room and spray booth down. And there were 6 of us taking it down. There were 4 of us that were laborers. They just picked stuff up and carried it, took stuff down, handed us tools, organized stuff. Whatever they were told to do, that's what they did, and that's all they did. And that was perfect because that's what we needed them for. And then there were 2 team leaders, and they were both scouts. And they're very similar. We could both manage teams. We could both give directions. We're
Bye.